Good evening, everybody. It's Saturday night, my friends, and I'm back. And progress has been made today, um, off camera, as you've might have imagined. Let me see if I can bring some things up here. All right, let's. I think I closed out the tabs that I had open, but I should let me bring that one back here. Yeah, here we go. So, when we last left off last night, I was still kind of winding my way through uh, chapter 19 with the indirect drawing and stuff, and we were almost actually done. There was just like two more like scene render changes and shadow render changes had to be done, and then all the shaders had to be updated. Well, a couple of the shaders had to be updated. It actually ended up not being that bad despite my struggles last night. Where it this morning, just with a fresh mind, I was able to just come in and just knock them out pretty quickly, and they work well as far as I can tell. And then I immediately went on to chapter 20, which was the multi-threading stuff. So the render tasks actually get fired off in a separate thread. Again, there wasn't a whole lot of changes they made, and there wasn't a whole lot of changes I had to make to make that happen. So you didn't miss anything exciting there. I also went and did Appendix 1 here, although I don't have it wired up, where you can enable some additional checkpoint extensions based on whether you have an NVIDIA card or an AMD card and all that stuff. And I have all the code there, but I'm not actually calling it from anything yet. But this is just kind of additional debugging stuff that we may or may not need at some point in the future. But yeah, their second appendix is just them like doing a little bit of a 3D game. I think probably the most interesting part of this is they actually dig in a little bit more on ImGUI, and you can see that like you can use it like a regular menu, that you don't see any borders or anything like that around, which is kind of nice. And then how to load in fonts and stuff. So this will be useful at some point for us. But I think basically this is the first stream in a long time where we're kind of off the shackles, right? Like there's not another chapter to work on as far as the tutorials go. We're kind of back to where we were when I started this whole thing with OpenGL, which is just trying to figure out what to do next and what challenges to have, and what features to start working on. And I already have a bunch of ideas. And also, there were mentions in this book of a bunch of examples, like MIT licensed examples out there, and I found them by Sasha Williams. And we've already used some of their stuff, some of their algorithms already. But what's nice here is that these are all Vulkan examples, and literally all I did was I searched for like one of the things I want to do is obviously I want to have a skybox, so you can have like a background image, and I thought, I mean, in my head a skybox was a sphere, right? Apparently they just do cube, which is fine. We'll see what it looks like. But when I searched for it, it just led me right here to this whole repository of all these different examples. Some of these I think were actually just like, I was looking at a few of them off camera, and some of them look like they were lifted directly into the book that we were using, but obviously translate it to Java. And that's probably going to be the challenging part here. Is these are all written in C++. So I'm going to have to do some translation from C++ to Java along the way. And also I'll have to translate it into sort of the structures we already have set up as well. So it'll be an interesting one to tackle here. But what I want to do before we start like jumping into various things, I want to kind of, there's two things that we need to do. One is I want to start making a list of the various pieces I want to take a look at, or I need to take a look at, or what have you. It'll be a organically expanding list, obviously, because I'm not going to think of everything, but there's a couple things that are on my mind. At least I'll have enough in the list to kind of like be able to go back and refer to it. The other thing is, and I want to kind of set expectations about the streams now. This last week with me being off on vacation from work and everything, I've made tremendous amount of progress. Most of it off camera, but still even on camera we've made a tremendous amount of progress. That's going to slow down a lot because I'm now into more. I'm into less defined territory as far as like, what's the next steps to do, what I have to try to figure out some things. I have to try to learn a little bit of what's going on, and I have to do these translations and stuff. And so there's going to be, it's definitely going to slow down quite a bit. There's going to be more meandering, I guess, streams with it, but that's just the nature of the beast. But also, I plan on making judicious use of branching. So, in Git branches. So I will probably, I very well may jump around from one thing to the next without necessarily finishing stuff in between. So, I may start on ambient occlusion, and I may get to a certain distance in that, and then I may decide the next day that I just kind of want to put that aside and work on something else. And I'll work on that, and then obviously eventually we'll come back to all that stuff, but I just want to kind of set these expectations that I may jump around from topic to topic from time to time as we go, because I need to, the main thing I need to be able to do here is, like, I'm really excited for, like, I could, it feels like we've got a foundation now, a shaky foundation, but a foundation nonetheless. And I can now start to maybe build some things and just kind of see how certain things work, and I can play around with some stuff. And there's going to be a lot of playing around. Like I have to try to figure out how to work with ImGUI, which I found out, this was unbeknownst to me. I recognized ImGUI from Reshade, which is a thing that a lot of mods use when you mod games. A lot of them will use Reshade, and I recognize it from there because it uses just the default styling and stuff. But apparently Minecraft uses it, because they actually have a fork of ImGUI that Mojang does out there on GitHub, and so they use parts of it as well. So it's like, it's probably more widely used than I even realized, right? Like, because it's got so many little features in it, and you can kind of skin it however you want. You can even remove, I think it looks like you can even remove the window borders and stuff like that, and just make it look like a regular pop-up menu kind of thing. So that's kind of cool. I was not expecting that. I thought I would have to do some work to make like UI elements and stuff, but it looks to me like maybe we could just use that for UI elements, and in so using that, maybe even make it so that things are movable around the screen even. So that would be kind of interesting. But I don't. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but definitely more investigation is needed there. Certainly, it's easy. It's got a relatively easy way to load in fonts, so we'll be able to change. Because that was the other thing I was worried about. I was like, how do I load fonts in to be able to blight them on the screen and all that stuff? And it looks like it handles that. So, so we'll be able to kind of work with some things there, I think. But yeah, so I think the first thing I want to do, I'm going to go out on GitHub and just do it here, I think, because there's we have issues, right? And I can just start creating some things. I want to do there's milestones. I'm too early for milestones, I think. Labels? What do we got for labels? Bug dependencies, documentation, duplicate, enhancements, good first issue, help wanted, invalid, Java, pull request to update Java code. Why is that? Why is that its own label? Why is that its own label? I don't understand why that gets called out. There's no C here. Won't fix, yeah, question. Okay, so instead of Java, let's make that just a generic, well, we need feature. We don't, well, I guess enhancement is considered a feature. I guess that would be yeah. Well, I'm going to change this to investigation for right now. Yeah, because we can use enhancement, I guess, for that stuff. All right. No, but I do want, I feel like I want enhancement to be green and help wanted to be something else. Oops, that's not, I want that to be green. Oh, help wanted is, oh, it is a different color. Okay. That works. That works for me. Anyway. Minutia right now, friends. Let's get some issues out here, shall we? So, I think first of all, what am I gonna... I think it's gonna be... So, first thing is refactor entire engine to be less to have less code jank. There are a lot of decisions made in the code base for ease of learning. Now it's time to actually make it not a pain to maintain, and where possible, generify. Generify? That's not a word. Genericify areas to reduce code duplication or GD offset incrementors. All right, and then this is label this as enhancements. All right. So next thing, so that's that one. We'll need a main menu. Main menu to the game, new game, other game, settings, exits at the bare minimum. I'm not going to get too crazy with explaining them because it's just going to be these are going to be fluid as we go. And the next one, skybox functionality. Alright, this will be enhancements. And the next thing will be just say flat temporary ground object. And have a temporary minimal skins around models, so you can better see the effects in action, and for future use and testing, physics and other things. There we go. Hey, ZeroFX, welcome on in. How you doing? Enhancement there. All right. Now, is there a crate and... Oh, there's a crate more. I just noticed that. I was gonna say it's a lot of clicks there. Let's see. So, get ambient occlusion. Working. Be nice to have SSAO working in region to enhance our shadows. And then let's see. investigate more anti-aliasing techniques. Right now we have FXAA. Can we utilize other techniques like HBAO? And this is investigation. Let's see. What was another thing that we saw over here that I was looking at? Not that one. This one. I could look at ray tracing. Oh, yeah, that's. I just saw the compute particles there. Particle systems for explosions. We need explosions in our game. And we use particle systems for that. I'll mark this as both enhancement and investigation. I'm not sure there. Cloth physics. The cloth must flow. That is not an investigation, that is an enhancement. What else? There's another thing. Oh, I need water and fluid dynamics, right? Water. Do I need fluid dynamics? I guess I need water. Waves. Possible fluid dynamics. We should model water, waves. Don't know if fluid dynamics would be necessary or desired. Possibly also clump into this the following. Nebulas, clouds. Should I do? I feel like I should do clouds separately. Nebulas. Stars and nebulas, probably. Yeah, and then we'll look at the clouds, atmosphere interaction. Frictional heating. planets should have atmosphere and cloud formations. Eventually also have space, have entry from space, employ a heating effects due to atmospheric friction. Yeah. Also, planets. Planets and stellar bodies. Some of these are going to be pretty big, so I don't know if I might break them up into smaller issues, but right now I just kind of want to throw them out there so I have stuff to think about. Because knowing me, because I'm going to go away from this for a week, do a whole bunch of other stuff, do normal work, and then I'll come back on Friday and be like, what was I going to do? So at least having some of these down can help with that a little bit. What's the other thing? I saw something else over here. Multi-sampling. Oh, yeah. I wonder. MSAA. How to do multi-sample anti. Oh, cool. I was wondering about that. MSAA is right here. I was wondering if they had that there. All right, so that's FXAA and MSAA. Support. What is that? I never know what these things stand for. Multi-sampling. Oh, it's just multi-sampling anti-aliasing. Okay. Okay. Cool. And then what else? I don't know what occlusion query is. Using occlusion query for visibility testing. That's, I have to look more at that. Oh, there's parallax, and he's got particle systems here. Definitely want to look at those. Physicality pastes rendering basics, but I think I'm supporting all that already. It does have some ray tracing stuff here. I don't know if I want to dig into ray tracing. Although there was, well, ray tracing reflections. How do I accelerate ray tracing for doing reflections? But he's also got ray tracing for shadows as well. You know what the hell with it? I'll put them down there, but I'll put them as like a maybe. Ray traced reflections. Possibly support ray traced reflections. I'm going to put this as I don't really have a thing for that, do I? That's right. Put it as an enhancement. And then ray traced shadows. What else? Just throwing things out there. There's SSAO. Spherical environment mapping. What is that? Spherical environment mapping using different storage and array texture. I don't know. Based on creating spherical environment mapping shader. I guess I'll have to look at this to see what that is. Oh yeah, stencil buffer. This is we're doing outlines. Definitely want that. So interaction object outlines via stencil buffer. The players will need to interact with objects in the world. We should make interactable objects up out with an outline to make it obvious. Okay. Good enough. What the hell is Terra Interstellation? Oh, dynamic terrain tessellation. Draw a terrain from a height map texture and uses tessellation to add in details based on camera distance. Ooh, this is actually... I was going to say, like, I wanted to try to do procedurally generated terrain, so I guess this is that. Tessellation. Tessellation shader triangles. Alright, so we'll put dynamic or dynamic trying to generate it to make them look interesting and distinct. can possibly use dynamic terrain. That I obviously didn't spell that right. Tesselation with height maps to accomplish this. What else? Text overlay, that's text overlay rendering on top of an existing scene using a separate render path. This is just it's just using mGUI. Okay. There's a cube map. Oh, mipmaps. Runtime mipmap generation. Don't I have? I already have mip levels. Base mip level. Chain. I think I have support for this already. I think. I definitely have a mipmap thing there, but I don't remember. It's been so many months working on this thing that I don't even remember what I have or don't have in there. Texture parser, sparse texture residency example. What the hell? Virtual texture. Oh, is this to virtual page? This page. Dynamic sparse image memory binds. I think I know what this is. So that brings up a better point. I need to devise what's the word I'm looking for? Devise cache devise appropriate cache eviction, that's the word I'm looking for. Eviction processes for the various caches and engine. We currently do not evict any items from any objects from the caches we maintain. That needs to change to support larger scenes and also some ability to stream objects into and out of a scene as they become relevant. Of course, I spelled that wrong. Okay. So I'm wondering if that's, I think that's what this is trying to do, the sparse texture residency example. I think it's trying to like say, hey, these textures aren't being these textures are just taking up space in memory right now because they're completely culled out. So you might want to kick them out of memory, kind of thing. I suspect that's what it's doing, but I have no idea. Timelines, semaphores, okay. Variable rate shading, what is that? I don't know what variable rate shading is. Huh. Assume image shading based on what rate it is. Well, I don't know. What is... Variable rate shading allows developers to control the shading rate of different regions of an image, improving performance by shading some pixels at a lower rate without significantly affecting visual quality. The techniques helps optimize rendering by allocating resources more efficiently, especially in high-resolution graphics. How it works. Shading rate control. There's 1x1 standard shading, 1x2, 2x1, or 2x2 coarser shading. This flexibility allows developers to allocate more resources to areas of the image that require higher detail while reducing the workload in less critical areas. It's kind of like levels of detail, I guess, but without levels of detail. By shading fewer pixels at full resolution, VRS can significantly boost rendering performance. Okay. Technique can maintain visual fidelity by focusing detail where it matters most, such as objects in the foreground or areas with high motion. Huh. It's particularly useful in scenarios where certain pixels are less visible, such as dark areas or regions with motion. This allows for efficient resources. So basically what it does is... if something... so it's kind of a... it's almost a little bit of a motion blur kind of thing. But also not. It goes beyond just motion. So like something that's moving quickly doesn't need to be doesn't need to be full resolution, because you're gonna miss, your eyes are gonna miss most of the details anyway because it's moving quickly by. So that's kind of what like motion blur does. It tries to make it so that you get a lower res image to try to improve performance. Although motion blur sucks and I don't want to deal with it. But I can see like what they're trying to do there. And then I guess, but this also helps with dark areas where you probably can't see much of the image anyway. Like if there's like an object in a dark area and it's far enough away that you can't really make it out all that much anyway, you can render it at a much lower resolution because you're not going to be able to see much of it anyway. That's interesting. That's interesting. Huh. I wonder if that... Huh. I guess it's something I would just have to look at and see what it looks like. Hmm. But it's got an example here of it. I would just have to translate it to Java. And a lot of this stuff is just additional renderers I could just add to the rendering pipeline. And then viewport array, what is that? Viewport array with single pass rendering using geometry shaders. Camera and view. Geometry shader, multi-viewport. Multi-viewport. Viewport array. Don't know what that means. Vulkan viewport array. Vulkan's viewport array feature allows developers to render to multiple viewports simultaneously. This is particularly useful for applications that require rendering different scenes or parts of a scene in a single pass. You define multiple viewports in a single rendering command. Each viewport can have different dimensions and positions on the frame buffer. Set dynamically, meaning you can change the properties without having to recreate the graphics pipeline. This flexibility is crucial for applications that need to adapt to different screen sizes or aspect ratios. Shader support. Specific areas of the viewports. I mean, I guess that means so it's there you go. Cronus forums. I've already seen a sample on GitHub, but I have a question about multi-view. In the sample, we only set one viewport and scissor for each view in multi-view. It's different. Can we use mixed operations, set different viewports and scissors for each view in multi-view? I wonder if this is... I wonder if this is split screen stuff. Like they have, like, there's those games, those co-op games that are out there where it's like two players playing simultaneously and you both see each other's screen on the like half and half, and you work together on things. What was Split Fiction was like one of them. I wonder if this is for that, where you can just kind of, you have essentially two cameras. You have the same scene, but you have two cameras looking at the scene, and by doing multi-view, you only have to issue draw commands once, and then both cameras have access to all the objects that were drawn. That's interesting. Because I was also thinking, like, maybe that would work well with, like, if you are having like a communication screen, and it's a instead of it being just like a video playing or an animation playing, like an animated like 2D animation. Instead, you just have like a camera that's in a hidden part of the level where it's like a live feed kind of thing. Um, I wonder if that's another use for it. Be interesting. Anyway, not for right now though. I was just kind of curious. The variable rate shading though. Um, hmm. You know what? I'll put that on there, but I don't know if I'll do it. Um, um, might be a good idea to investigate variable rate shading for complex themes to reduce the workload on objects that are difficult to see due to lighting or motion. I'll just say that. Alright, and then let's see where we're at with things here. Yeah. And then I also need to do, let's see. All this issues gotta fix. I mean, it's a the very, very bare bones engine right now. I also need let's think here. I need to analyze strings support. And that is enhancement. Model loading manifests. Need to be able to package the model data more should look into the following: a manifest JSON file to identify all the model files and directories and yeah, directories, package all the model data into a jar file for each model. Write the converted JSON as binary. Kick off the model conversion in a easier manner. Okay, and then external scene definition files. Be able to define scenes, objects in a format outside of the raw code for easier management. I need enable the Maven build to create platform binaries installers. Theme should be compiled to an executable for each Windows, Linux, that includes the JVM and the appropriate modules. For Linux, investigate creating an app image. Creating a Flatpak. Oh. I'm sure I'll think of other things along the way. Obviously, we're going to need, I want to load up the, we're going to have a lot of things I want to test, like, I'm going to probably test manually, like loading scenes up and stuff, but I eventually want to get to a point where I can develop a scene in a file and have that file run with it. I guess along the same lines, say invested, I don't know why I can't spell. Investigate a modular system for to contain game logic loading. Might want to keep the engine code separate from the game code. To that end, there should be some sort of API or definition language to properly direct the engine. Yes. I mean, that basically gets down to like scripted missions and things like that, which I think, you know, I don't have any necessarily have any plans for. Well, there's going to be there's no way I can release it without some sort of mission board system or something like that. So there will be some kind of scripted things. Not to mention the fact that there's going to be like timings and stuff to get down. Like one of the things I want to do, and we'll see how much time it would take, but I would like to look at the open source code that Volition put out, that Hardlight Productions I think was the last ones that were working with it. That was the FreeSpace 2 engine. Like I want to look at the source code for the FreeSpace 2 open engine, if it's still available out there. And I would like to see how they do their. I know they have scripts. They have like a keywords that they parse out of their scripts, and that helps do the mission timing and stuff like that. And I would like to be able to read in those files, as well as maybe even read their models in, and try to like see if I can make at least one of their missions work in the engine. Because like what I really need, and this is, you know, this is over a long period of time, but one of the things I'm going to need is to be able to see where the engine is in terms of like other engines, I guess. Like it's one thing to say, oh, I support, you know, FXAA, or I support all these other, you know, techniques. It's another thing to see if they actually don't look like complete ass or or perform like complete ass. So I have in my head, I have a couple things I want to test. Like I think there's a test scene out there for Unreal Engine 4 or 5, one of those, that they used to actually test Unreal Engine with. I think it comes packaged with Unreal Engine. It's a way to like kind of get you started. I think they use it as part of their tutorials to kind of get you started. I have to see what the license is on that, because if it's not an open license, I can't use it, obviously, because all my code is open source. But at the very least, I could even if I don't put it in my repository, which I probably wouldn't put it in the repository anyway, even if I didn't do that, I could at least have it locally and maybe test the engine to see how far along we've come. Like if I fire it up in Unreal Engine 5 and run through it real fast, and then fire it up in my engine, like how did they compare? Is there any comparison? I mean, obviously Unreal Engine 5 is going to blow it away, right? Because there's far more technology and time and effort and intelligence put into that than I can ever hope to muster. But I would like to kind of see, like, hey, is it like halfway decent? You know, that kind of thing. They also have concepts that I probably wouldn't even be able to approach because they're either proprietary or, you know, there's no knowledge on them. Like, I think they have like the concept of baked lighting. But instead of doing dynamic lighting, you can have the lights, I guess, become part of the scene rendering somehow. I don't know how it does it. So you're not doing lighting calculations anymore. You just calculate the light once when the scene is first rendered, and then you just keep it the same throughout. So obviously you wouldn't use it all the time, but it's a way that I've seen people be able to get some performance out of scenes where the lighting's not going to be altered that much. A good example of that is the short-lived, unfortunately, Enterprise D project by Messy Desk, where you could actually, they were building an entire replica of the Enterprise D from Star Trek: The Next Generation in Unreal Engine, I believe. Unreal Engine 5, I believe, or maybe 4. And they had they were doing like actual working turbo lifts and stuff. Like, you'd get into a turbo lift and it was actually moving you through the model, and all that stuff, which was kind of cool. But I remember them talking about in one of their dev updates that they, like, one of the problems with that was, like, you walk into the conference room and stuff, and it was really churning as far as like the FPS and stuff, because there were so many lights all around the room in the conference area, and that they went and I think changed those to be, since those lights don't really change, they don't flicker or anything like that, they changed them to like baked lighting, and that improves the scene by a huge amount, which was kind of little interesting tidbits that I saw there. They've also worked on something that is still available called the Orville 3D interactive game. So if you've ever watched the sci-fi show The Orville, which only had 3 seasons, definitely deserved more than that, but it is what it is. They made a whole 3D walkthrough of that, and they got, you know, permission to do it, so that didn't get taken down. Like the Enterprise D one got taken down by Paramount because they hate their fans. Either Paramount or CBS, one or the other. They both hate their fans and don't want any fan projects to ever succeed. It's all really cool stuff. Really, really cool stuff. Oh, I was going to say, one of the things I loved the most about that Enterprise D walkthrough was they had the main shuttle bay modeled in there based upon, you know, the technical manual and all that stuff. And it was really cool to see it because it had the main shuttle bay was one you never saw on the TV show. You actually kind of saw it very very briefly in uh, the time loop episode because they actually opened the main shuttle bay to like knock themselves out of the path of the hazard. Um, but so you like briefly saw it there, but you never saw it like the interior. You never saw anybody standing in it or anything like that. But it was freaking huge because it takes up like almost the entirety of like deck 3 or whatever. And it had all kinds of like hangar bays. It had worker bees all around there. They had an entire it was big enough that it had an entire runabout from Deep Space Nine parked in it, and it was really really cool. And you'll probably see there's probably videos of it out there still on YouTube you can look at, but it was so cool to be able to walk through that thing and look around and see all the detail they put into it. And they had like cargo lifts, so they had cargo bays that would go up. The lifts would bring the cargo up and down to the cargo bays, and they had little tractor beam emitters all over the place so that they could pull, like you would fly a shuttle in, or you would fly a work bee in, and it get to a certain point, and then they would just grab you with the tractor beam and pull you into the parking spot and stuff, which is so cool. It's a shame. It's a shame the TV show didn't have enough of a budget to make that happen in like model form, because that would have been really cool to see. Anyway, I think 23 issues. I think that's good for right now. I think that's good for right now. I think it's time to jump in and start doing some stuff here. I think tempted to do like the skybox functionality and stuff, but I think the more important thing right now is the first one we did, which is to refactor the engine. So I'm gonna assign myself to that, and see how this goes. we shall see how this goes. But I should show you where we're at before I do that. So go run this. It's not any different than what you've seen already, but it is now all multi-threaded and rather awesome. So got our rudimentary shadows. We got our FXAA. We're running. This is loading the Sponza model, as well as a model called Bob Lamp, which is the animated model of him moving his lamp around, a guard here. I can manipulate the shadows, although I should probably speed it up a little bit, but yeah, it is what it is. So you can kind of see the directional light, how that affects the scene, and all that stuff. I did somewhat fix the menu, so I could hit escape and have it go away. One thing I did notice though, which I didn't notice before, is that using the actual drop-down menus is they're a little messy. Just a little bit of a problem there. Something's going on with that. I don't think we'll ever use actual menus, but yeah, that's a thing. I don't know what is necessarily causing that, but I'm not going to worry about it. So there we go. All right, so that's where we're at. And this is on main here. Am I all committed? I think I am. Yeah, Appendix 1 finished. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're good there. I think I can actually delete all of these branches. I don't think I need them anymore, since things are working. Yeah. And actually that other, is that still in the remote? The updated welcome branches? I think I kept it out there maybe. I did. Branches. Yeah. That was 2 weeks ago. So, yeah, Vulkan processes 2 weeks ago. When did I? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because when did I create the branch? So tell me when I actually created it. November 1st was my first commit to it. So it was a little bit before that we, well, no, that's probably about right. So wow, I did, since November 1st of 2025, I redid all of Chapter 5 again because they had made some major changes. Chapter 6, 7, 8, and then got Chapter 8 out there 14 days ago. And then from that point, in the last 14 days, I've gone through 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. That's insane. And all on my vacation. I am an insane freaking person. Alright. There we go. It's the one branch, just me and okay. There we go. There we go. Alrighty then. So let's see what I can do as far as like cleaning this freaking mess up. Hi, Itri Code now. Welcome on in. How you doing? Yeah, let's see what I can work with here. So if I want to do, so I got all these shaders and stuff. I think it's just going to be, so I think first of all, I need to get rid of the OpenGL stuff that I still have in here, because I'm not going to do OpenGL engine things anymore, because we're all Vulkan now. It'll just be too much work to do both. Too much. It's not even too much work. It's too much duplicate work, honestly, to do both. So what do I want to do here? I need to let's close all this up so I can have some peace and quiet here. Let's do main. Also, I guess I can close out the books code base there. I'm not really going to use any of that anymore. Okay, so we got the OpenGL engine here, so I can remove that entirely. And I'm going to actually delete that configuration so I don't accidentally use it. There we go. Alright. Oh yeah, I did comment out the convert model file and stuff because it was broken and I need to refix it. It's not a big thing, so I'm just gonna leave that comment out for now. Let's do. Actually, I guess I don't need the command args use Vulkan anymore, huh? First command line. Go. Yeah, just gonna get rid of those. Get rid of that command line argument entirely. Alright, and that I'll leave the convert model file there for now. I just have to fix it up. So I can get rid of that. There we go. And yeah, I'm not using command args right now, but we will be using it. Okay. Oh, you know what? I should have. Crap. Let me stash these for a second. Actually, yeah. Let me stash them real fast. And let's go and branch from main. I want infactor engine. There we go. Get unstash pop. There we go. All right, that's better. Let's see. Main loop. That's all fine. That's the run Vulkan. Okay, so we're good there. What I need to do is figure out all the things that are left over. Okay, OpenGL engine, so I can just delete that early. Delete. Problem is, a lot of that is spread around too, so I gotta see what actually tells. I'm using that. These are all under Vulkan engine. Okay, let me close that up for a second because I know I didn't put any the OpenGL stuff under there. For instance, I'm using. Oh, I did forget to mention this. So, converting the model files over. One of the things that we had to do, or one of the things I had to do for the animations chapter, is that there was much more information you had to pull in around like animation frames and all that stuff, and then convert that to JSON and dump it out into the JSON file. Part of that was I have a list of matrix 4F objects, and Jackson was actually okay with kind of, well, it wasn't actually really writing them correctly either. Jackson definitely wrote it out to the file, but it had trouble trying to read it back in from the file, and it would have had, even if it didn't have the trouble it had, it wouldn't have been correct. So I had to go and make a custom deserializer and serializer for the Matrix 4F class. Basically, I just take the data out of it and I write it out as just an array of 16 float values into the JSON. And then on the other side in the serializer, I just basically read that entire... Yeah, interestingly enough, you have to read it in as doubles because they don't have a float one to read in, but I guess on their side they don't have anything different. And then what I did was I just said, loop over each row, loop over each set, which is a set of 4 per, and then make those a row. Read the entire row in, and then just throw that into the value. So that's, or I'm sorry, this is the serializer. This is going out. The deserializer is coming back in, but you get the gist. So I have to write that array out and all that stuff. So I have that little custom thing there. Math utils, the logging print stream. Are we actually... It is never used. Okay. Get rid of that. The sound stuff is definitely used. Shadows definitely used. Shaders are used. Do I have any? Oh, wait, no. These shaders are the OpenGL one, right? Shader Uniform Manager. 12 usages. Oh yeah, these are definitely the OpenGL things. We'll hold on to that thought for a second. So where is... Slender asset. Yeah, this is... Yeah, it's definitely OpenGL. Yeah, because this is the orbit rotation matrix and stuff that I did. Yeah, so that can go away. And, just make it go away. Entity... I think is also... Let's see, 9 usages. Yeah, model renderer. Ship, yeah. Okay, all that. So this goes away. Material, I think, goes away. Yeah, because model loader scene is also model renderer texture. That goes away. Okay, so I think all of these go away. Buffers is something new. Animations is new. GUI is... wait, GUI utils, these are all... Yeah. GUI rendering, yeah. Okay. Alright, so I use those. Which means the shader uniform manager. I think these shaders go away. Shaders folder, I mean. Input's all new. GUI's all new. Camera's all new. Yeah, input's all new. Lighting is all new. Shadow's new. Sound is new. State util. And then I have a whole bunch of stuff shoved away in Vulkan engine here, which could be moved around a bit. Textures down here. What's that? Oh, right. That was just for the one Vulkan test. Okay. And I got test there. So that's good. Alright, let's make sure this is still working. I can go. Let me edit this configuration though, because I don't need the command line argument anymore right now. Okay, good. That's still working. It's good to know. Okay. Now, where to start with the cleanup is the question here. I guess first of all, I'm debating whether I'm going to end up moving all these things into the engine, into like an engine package. I probably will, but you know what? It'll probably be a top level package change. Descriptor alloc here. Okay, let's see if we can do it. You won't. I swear I will. I swear it. Model conversion, animate mesh data. Yeah. God, we have so many freaking files. All right, let's move this guy. So factor, move that. Another source root or to another directory? To another directory? Okay. Oh god, why did it do descriptor.descriptor? What the hell? The hell? Okay. Let's see if that refactoring worked. All right, it did. I still don't quite trust IntelliJ sometimes. All right, so model, device, so we'll move, device, can I just like, no, I don't think so. Refactor, move package or directory, device. I don't know why it duplicates that package name like that. I originally was putting these pojos into their own thing, but honestly, these should probably go with their appropriate package, but we'll sort those out in a moment here. So model, push constants. I do want to move the caches as well, but let's do, let's just get them out of the Vulkan engine package here first. Refactor, move. Maybe if I didn't put model at the end of it. See, I'm afraid if I don't put model at the end of it, I'm afraid it's gonna... well, you know... Let's see. Well, that worked. Okay, so that's what it was. That's why it was duplicating it. Post process, factor, move to directory. Stop that. Refactor, move. There we go. And scene stuff. Shader, that's the shader compiler and stuff. Okay. Vector. Move that. Swap chain. Alright, and we have utils here and a util. What's under util? Well, utils, is that used? That is not used, so let's get rid of that. What's in here? Okay, I got graphics utils. Well, you know what? I can move these individually to util. Because I was actually putting stuff in there and in here at the same time. That's funny. I just did this debug checkpoint too, and I picked that util instead of the other one. Yep, that's all a thing I did. So can I just move these all as one here? Move classes. No, that's to pack. Oh yeah, move to package. Here. Okay. Okay, that's better. Get rid of that package. And I guess engine and window could actually stay under just engine. I don't know if yeah, sure. You know what, we'll rename this to just engine. I'll get rid of the Vulkan package. Oh, did that move the other ones too? Oh, it did. Okay. Get rid of the Vulkan package there. And as far as the Pojos go, I'll leave them. You know what? We'll move these. I'll leave them in a Pojo thing, and then we'll find a home for them later. To directory. Right there. There we go. All right. Everything's still working. Everything's still working. Good. We haven't broken it yet. I'll email it to you, Zero. So it can work on your machine. You still have email, right? I mean, you still have phones. No. I need to drop it to me over a mud client. Oh God, I have to create a mud client just to just to send you the game. The hell, man! You're just giving me more work here. I thought you were on my side. You know what? I'll pull some IRC. What was the MIRC? I'll pull that out of the mothballs, and we'll connect on that. you I know it's still there. I know. I know it's still around. I was actually briefly I was using MIRC for Twitch chat for a little bit too, because they still have their chat running on an IRC server in the back end. But yeah, that's a thing. Let's see. So I got all that. Yeah, so where do we start? Where do we start with the nuts? I know there's a lot of stuff that I wanted to... Well, okay, so the caches first. Let's move the caches into their own folder and make sure all of them are singletons, and change the references to them to be the singletons rather than passing them around. That's the first thing. I also want to make a device, I guess a device manager, I guess, that will just hold on to the logical device, because we passed logical device all over the place. And it would be nice to just, it's the same device getting passed all over the place, so it would be nice to just be like, screw it, here's a singleton with it. Although I guess no, logical device takes physical device as its parameter, right? Yeah, so I would need to... Yeah. So what I would need to do, since I'm thinking about, let's go new, Java class. We'll say device manager. And we'll say private static logical device. All right. And private device manager. Static logical device. Create device. I can just do what's this? That device? Oh no, it's static, right? Device equals new logical device, some device, and then return device, and then we can do public static logical device get device. There we go. That'll work. That'll work. What I could do is look to see where we do this. Device get instance. Oh, I actually did it. Okay, instance. Yeah, but I'm not always creating it. That's why I did two different methods, because we were only creating it once, and then the rest of the time I'm just getting it. So I think if I just do in here, we I mean, we use device a lot. It's a big change, but maybe it's maybe. For right now, we'll just do this. We'll just use it here for the moment. So, device manager, create device. That'll give it back to me here, and then we just have that for right now. And then I can kind of, by doing it this way, I can kind of slowly change things a little bit at a time. I don't need to go through and change like the hundreds of references right now. You can kind of do that as we're refactoring stuff. So that's good. So then that means, so if I look at logical device again, there should not be any references to it except for the one. Okay, that's good. All right, that's one little thing anyway. So I want to let's make a package called cache. All right, now I want to grab all of our caches and put them in one spot, I believe. Oh, here's texture cache. All right, so refactor, move it to here. There we go. And I want to make sure this has a. It doesn't. Okay, let's make this a singleton. Private static texture cache. Okay, we'll make this private here. Say public static get instance if texture cache is null. Yep. All right, and then we just gotta fix up all the references to it. So what we got here. All right, and sure there's other references. Let me try a build here and see what fails. Nothing failed? I thought it said it had 7 references when I first looked at it. Huh. Okay. Fine. Whatever. I mean, it's not breaking, so there you go. Material cache, model cache. Let's move those. To there. Okay. So model cache is a singleton, and material cache is also a singleton. Good. And we have that there. Texture input, lighting, model loader, post processing, rendering. Scene. Shaders, shadow, sound. Oh, didn't I have a sound cache? A sound manager. Oh, but I have a get instance on that. Okay. I thought I had to. Maybe I have a cache built in on that. Swap chain and util. Okay. So let's see if that's still working. It is indeed. All right. So the other thing is we have these. This is kind of a big thing. We have these renderers, right? So we got like. We have the scene renderer, right? And it feels like there's a lot of potentially a lot of repeated stuff in these renderers. And I'm wondering if I can have like if I should make an abstract base renderer that has some of these functions in it that are kind of shared, maybe. I don't know how much overlap there actually is. I mean, I might even be just to a point where I just have the same method names, maybe. But even that, like the methods take different stuff, so maybe that's not a. Oh yeah, I do have the pipeline cache. Where's the pipeline cache at? Oh, here it is. And you take logical device. That's the only reference to, in Vulkan render is the only reference to pipeline cache. Okay. Which makes sense. So let's do this. Let's go private. Actually, do I need to pass the logical device there? I probably don't. Because I can just grab the device that I need. So I can say get instance. And we'll say if pipeline cache is null, then we'll say device manager get device. There we go. And so I can go back to here and just say get instance. Very nice. And now I can move this. Refactor. Move class up to here. Excellent. Everything's still working. Indeed. All right. Cool. Okay. But yeah, as I don't know, renderer. See, the other thing is in Vulkan render here, this is the thing that's calling all the other renderers, and this is the renderer that gets called, the top level renderer that gets called from the separate thread now. And what I'd like to, at the very least, I would like these renderers to implement a interface, even if there's nothing in the interface, because I'd like to be able to make it so that I can call, like I can add new renderers and just kind of call them down the chain. The problem is though, they all take different stuff. Like some of them require attachments from other things. Although I guess I can abstract, I can make the attachments be a thing that you, instead of requiring the attachment in the constructor, I can maybe make it a setter on there or something. Although the constructors, see, this is the one thing I don't like, is that they have these constructors doing a whole lot of work, and they need a lot of that data right away. Well, let's see. Memory allocation. A lot of these I can probably don't need to. Like if I can reduce the amount of stuff I'll have to pass to each one of these, that makes that a little bit easier. Memory allocation util is an instance and device. Is it only called from the one spot? It's only called from the one spot. But like everything else, I could start calling it from other places. Like it's never changed once it's there. It's the same one all the way through. Descriptor allocator is the same way, I bet, right? Like this probably only has one reference. Yeah, one usage. What about this swap chain? Is that has? Oh well, this one it's the same file, so it's probably the that changes when you resize the window. Okay. What can render instance? Fallback layers and stuff. Okay. But again, that's just it's the only place we do that, right? Oh, 336 users? And it takes me just back there. Okay. This, I don't know what's going on with these numbers, but that's it's only used once. It's only created once. So yeah, that's a thing. Let's think here. Let's think. I could do that on all these things because we're literally using them only once. And that effectively, I mean, we do have, that effectively makes us that the only thing we have to pass to a renderer then, because even this, well, the scene is passed in here. that's passed into scene renderer. Now scene, I think, would change. Well, the stuff, the innards of scene will change. I don't know if I'd ever change the full. Yeah, it's referred by a lot of things, but it's all, I think it's all just references to it. Like down here. Yeah, this is the only place where we initialize Vulcan scene. I mean, in theory, you could have multiple scenes, but I guess in practice, you really only need the one, and then you just need to kind of pull things in and out of it, maybe. We actually just set that to, yeah, we set that to current scene, right? So really down here I should be using current scene, not that one. But it doesn't matter, it's the same thing right here. Nuclear launch detected. Yeah, so then the question becomes, if the only thing that's really getting passed between these renderers is the attachments, which makes sense because they're all building upon one another. Can I model that in such a way that I can chain these renderers together and just kind of call them in whatever order they need to be called in? Because the attachments do change. Like, some of them take the shadow attachments, some of them take the attachments from the previous. I guess they all take the attachments from the previous. Well, that's a material attachment. That's taking it from. Oh, that's taking it from both the scene renderer and the shadow renderer. And adding them both together and then putting them into the lighting renderer. Then those build on the others. Then animation render doesn't care about any of that. Huh. Huh. Because I would like to get to a point where I can just kind of define a render chain and just add them in the chain. I mean, does that really buy me anything? I mean, it kind of buys me some things, but does it really? Because I still have to call. Well, I mean, I can have a common. Can I have a common constructor? I don't know. That's not going to work. I guess, well, I mean, once we create these, we don't create them again. So these are effectively singletons throughout the rest of. Well, no, that's not true. We do create them again when we resize, right? Or do we? No, we don't. No, we don't. We just call resize on them. If I look at this, and it's only one reference because it takes me right back to it. It's not prompting me, so yeah, there's only one reference for these. Soft chain render. Huh, okay. That could be a starting point at least. I don't know if there'd be any other commonalities between them, but that could be a starting point. So if I did a... So if I do a... Let's just call it render chain. And render chain, and then it would be to private static final logger. Logger factory, get logger, render chain class, and then private static final class. Render chain. Okay, so then let me see what I'm working with here. Can I get half these here? Why are you being a pain in my butt? There you go. Scene renderer class. Lighting renderer. Post processing renderer. GUI. Render. And spelled out. Swap chain render. Animation renderer. Okay. And this, instead of being a question mark, this would be a... I think that'll work. Yeah, that'll probably work. It'll be some implementation here. I guess... just to do an interface, I'll just call it... Finder. And I can make this what is the... I just do that. Just gonna complain about it here. Oh, you know what? No, that's fine. See, I know it's not a big deal, but I do like to make sure I have all the generics correct. I just don't freaking know what generic to put there. I really don't. Okay. Do we have it do... Is this a list of attachments? Just a single attachment, right? Single attachment. Attachment. That takes a list of attachments. Okay. So I wonder, and then these don't take any. So I think I'm gonna do something perhaps a little odd here. Oh, but I can't define that in an interface. That doesn't make any sense. Well, does it? No, I can. Let's do, I think I can. Yeah, I should be able to. Oh, but how would I do that? You do anything you want to do. That's the beauty of programming. Yeah, no, I'm trying to debate. I want to, in the interface, I want to put a get instance. One that takes a list, and one that just takes one that has no parameters. but I need to return, because since it's a get instance, it needs to return the object. So I'm trying to figure out. So I guess I would have to do. I have to do interface. Do interface T. T. How the frick do you do this now? It's not like this is the first time I've done this. Text switch file. What the hell are you talking about? Let's try render T. So then I can do T get instance lists list. Yeah. Attachment. And then we get instance with nothing. Okay. So if I go into scene renderer here, I make a lot of other changes before I can do that though, but just out of humor's sake here, renderer, scene render. And I say implement methods. Yes, it brought back scene renderer, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Actually, that should be, those should be static. Oh, can I not do... Oh, right, they have to have a body. Because it's an interface, you can't really enforce them to be static. But if I tell it to implement it and then I make it static, does it care? So if I say static here, yeah, it does care because now it's saying static methods cannot be annotated with that override. Yep, that's what I thought you were going to say. So if I made this, well, wait, if I did abstract static, no, it doesn't like that. I can make this an abstract class and then define the method as abstract, so you have to do it. No, you don't like that, huh? Legal combination of modifiers, abstract and static. But if I... Well, you know what? I'm being stupid. I don't care about it being static at all. Right? Because you're implementing an interface, which means you have to implement these. So, the only tricky part is I can't call it from a static context. But that's not, I can use reflection to do it. And in this case, reflection is not going to be too bad because we're only doing it once when the app starts up, and then we're just reusing the same instance. It is a little bit trickier though, because let me think. So in render chain, I would have to do, so I have the classes here. So I know what classes I have to instantiate and in what order I have to do it. So then I would have to do, so let's say, let me think. So public, static, void create chain. And I would essentially loop over render chain. So I would do render chain. That's right, it's an array, isn't it? For int I is 0, I is less than chain dots length. So we want to do, I need to instantiate the class, so I have to class render equals render chain I, oops. I wonder if I can do... I think that would work. Can I do... Right, What am I trying? I'm trying to. Let me think for a second here. If I do raise stream render chain for each renderer. Oh, it's well, it's renderer T. So I guess I gotta do render is that gonna work? Renderer R or let's see, renderer. No, I have to pass stuff to it. Yeah, how would I know what I need to pass to it? Let's cross that bridge when we come to it here. R dot it's not even letting me do that. I don't even think that makes sense doing that way. Let's do it the other way. What is it? Class. Man, it has been a long time since I've done reflection stuff. Java reflection instantiate class. That's a class, really? So I do render chain I dot of. There were days when you used to be able to go to the store at 1 a.m. I missed that. Yeah. Yeah, everything closed up early anymore. New instance is deprecated, of course it is. Get constructor. Generic string, is superclass, get resource, get fields, get declaring class, Do I have to get constructors to do it now? You used to be able to just do new instance, but static inner class. Yeah, get declared constructor. New instance. Instantiate a non-static inner class. Get declare constructor and then the parameter. Okay, so yeah, and then different parameter types. Okay. Get declared constructor. And I can get a list of constructors. The problem is, I'm not really trying to go after the constructors either, honestly. Although I guess I could instead. Well, I mean, we're implementing an interface, so yeah, I guess I don't have to have them implement a get instance. I could go after the constructor. That probably would make a little more sense, maybe. The problem is the attachments. Like I could put a method in there that says just says get attachment, and they all have to implement that. So that's one thing. But we have constructors that don't need attachments. So even the ones that don't need it, it wouldn't hurt to just pass something there. Even if I just pass null, it would just be ignored. It would be kind of weird when you're implementing the renderer to just have something, have a bogus constructor arg there. Okay, declared constructors gives me an array of constructors, right? Yeah. Implicitly or explicitly declared by the class represented by the class object. These are public protected. Default package access and private constructors. The elements in the array return are not sorted and are not in any particular order. If the class is a default constructor, it is included in the returned array. If a record class has a canonical constructor, it is included in the returned array. The method returns an array of length 0 if this class object represents an interface, a primitive type, an array class, or void. So, I mean, that gives me a constructor back, but then how do I tell? I guess I could tell how many Get modifiers? Is that what you call? No. How do I tell how many parameters it has? Generic parameter types? Oh, here we go. Get parameter count. That'll do it. Returns the number of formal parameters, whether explicitly declared or implicitly declared, or neither, for the executable represented by this object. Okay. Okay. So I can get the number. Okay. All right, so then this is, so then I don't need get instance here then. That makes render a little bit simpler too. Right, where I can just say, all I really need here is get attachment. Which I guess I should have it return a list of attachments, even if it's just a list of one. So, we'll say so that I can implement here. Turn list of what did we? It was material attachments. Get color attachments. Material attachments. You can just return. Yeah, get material attachments. Get color attachments. That's the only. Oh, there is a depth attachment there too. Do I use that somewhere? I just use that in the renderer, scene renderer, but not anywhere else, it looks like. Although, that's not always going to be necessarily the case, but let's roll with it anyway. Yeah, but see, this one takes... one attachment. I mean, even if I give that a list, it would have a list of all these shadow attachments, which it doesn't care about. It only cares about the one attachment coming out of the last one. Damn. It's thwarting me at every turn here. Yeah, it's thwarting me at every turn. Because I would need to get, I wonder. That would need 2 references, but it would work. Right now, the renderers are referencing the previous renderer, or in the case of the shadow, it's referencing both the scene render and the shadow render. So, in theory, I could pass a list of, not a list, but I could pass an instance of all the classes that have gone before the current renderer, and then it'll be able to then grab those. Directly, and then do any kind of other interactions it might need. So that would mean then I have the render chain here, which is the order in which to and what class is the call, order to call them in and what to call. I could have a static instance array which would line up directly with the render chain. So it would be the first instance in it would be an instance of scene renderer, second would be shadow, third would be lighting, blah blah blah. And that would just be built up dynamically as we go through the render chain. And as I go through here and I call the constructors, I would then put the instance into that list. It'll be a list because it's going to be expanding. But it'll be put in the same way that's put here. So then I can pass that entire instance list into the constructor, and then I don't have to worry about attachments because the constructor will get the instance it needs or instances it needs, and it can go get the attachments it cares about. Because these are still going to be at least mildly aware of where they are in the chain, because they have to be. But what my goal is to make it so that I can put things in the middle of the chain, or I can move things around in the chain without then also having to have this ginormous list here in Vulkan renderer of me creating all the things individually. I mean, I'm not saving myself much. I am kind of being nitpicky, but I also, when I see, like, I know that there's other renders I'm going to be doing for post-processing and stuff. Now, maybe the additional post-processing stuff should just go into the post-processing renderer. I mean, that's something we'll have to look at. But there's definitely going to be other things in there. And the way this is set up is it's set up that you have these multiple renderers in a pipeline that are all kicking off. So I feel like if I can, even if it doesn't make sense to have multiple post-processing renderers, maybe it makes sense from a maintainability perspective, because I can have one that does FXAA, I can have one that does MSAA, I can have one that does ambient occlusion. Like I can have the shadow renderer, and then that does the cascading shadows, and then I can have a ambient occlusion one, and then they're relatively isolated from one another, so that if there's an issue, it would be maybe slightly easier to diagnose, but at the same time, am I going to adversely affect performance along the way? Is that the way it's really supposed to be done? These are all questions I have. I guess it doesn't hurt. I guess it doesn't hurt to do it, and then later on be like, oh, you know what? No, I don't need multiple renderers for this. I can just combine these into one. But at the very least, since I'm still learning, maybe it'll be good to keep them separate, because then I can kind of keep them separate in my brain and follow them a little bit easier, without doing a whole lot of shuffling around in here of things. Yeah. Yeah, that feels like the way to go. Yeah, it feels like the way to go. That does put me back to the conundrum of instantiating them. Because yes, I can call the constructor on them, but part of me doesn't like that, because if I make it part of the interface, like I can't make the constructor part of the interface. So I would need a method that I would call like a get instance, or even a create instance, whatever we want to call it, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it would be nicer that way, because then when you implement the interface, you'll know right away, boom, this is what I need to do, because I know I'll forget and then wonder why nothing's working. So I think okay. So in here, so that puts us back to, so we get rid of the get attachments again. That puts us back to this being a generic. And I say t get instance, and have it take a list of renders previous renderers, right? Do I need anything? I need something else out of there. What else was it that I needed? I think that was it. I think that's everything I needed. List renderer. That gives me an instance back. I think that's everything. So I go here. I implement render scene renderer. Well, I think I should make this a. Yeah, I don't need this to be a list. It doesn't have to be in order. Because the renders are going to want specific, or know what they want. So I think what I'm going to do is instead of a list, we're going to make that a map of class renderer. Okay, and then this is. That's not it. That was weird. I don't know why it did it that way. Okay. Map. Class. Render. I guess renders. For scene renderer, it doesn't need anything previous. So it's not even going to pay attention to that. It's just going to... It's just going to call its constructor, which I just have to remove. I have to get all these things to be get instances. Yeah. Location till. I almost feel like I should. It'll be overkill, but I almost feel like I should pull Spring Framework in and just have it do all the bean injection, because that's basically what I'm doing. Making everything singletons here. But then again, I mean, you pass so much crap around and it never freaking changes, so like, why not, I guess. Okay, so then this goes away. That anymore. It says 12 usages, but it's really just those two. Yeah, I don't know why that's showing 12 there. Something's really up. So here, let's go. Extend that for a second. And then let's reintegrate these things. Close that for a second. Do I have 4 usages of physical device in here? Oh yeah. Oh, I guess I just, yeah, that's why I saved it off. For the capabilities and stuff. Okay. Private static surface. Do a create instance. Vulkan surface. There. Surface get instance. There we go. So do that. Two array of problems. So this is create instance there, and instance. All right. So that is good. And then we're going to do the same thing here. The swap chain. Although it doesn't need to be passed. Oh, did it do anything with Vulkan window? No. How often is that called? I don't think it's called that often. Oh, it is passed into the render. Yeah, no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Can render instance. Do I have to? I don't think that instance is used that much, is it? Use there and just in the cleanup. That's it. Okay, that's fine. So we've got swap chain, device, surface, window buffering setup. And vsync. First of all, I can fix those and say get device. Get instance there. All right. So that's good. So we can make this. So this is just in those two spots. Okay, so I can just go private on there. It's static. Vulkan swap chain. Chain creates instance. I need what? Window. You know what? Let's just copy these. There we go. And let's do Vulkan swap chain equals new. Vulkan swap chain window. Buffering setup and vsync. And then return Vulkan swap chain. Static. Get instance. There we go. Cool, cool, cool. So 2 problems. Instance. All right. And then the other one. Okay. We get that. And pipeline cache is taken care of. Scripter allocator. Is another one, and then memory allocation util I think is another one, right? Yes. Okay, so scripter allocator. We'll do physical device. The physical device I'm passing in here. I'm just taking off of device. So I don't actually need to pass that in. I don't need to pass anything in at this point. Device, logical device. So we'll do device equals. Actually, you know what? Screw that. Logical device. Did I not do logical device yet? I guess I didn't. I thought I had fixed this already. No, I did. Oh, that's right. I did device manager. Duh. Device manager, get device. There we go. So then I could turn this into private, and I can just do the one. Get instance on it, which will be nice. Alright. Alrighty then. Man, I should have thought ahead and cracked open a beer here, but I did not. It's already 12:30, so I don't think I can start drinking right now. Despite my overwhelming need to do so. Let's see. Descriptor, allocator. Alright, so now I can fix this up. Instance, and then same with this guy. Vulkan render. So he gets a Vulkan render instance, which I did not feel the need to fix up. Yeah, well, it's not gonna. So I'll just do the. I'll do this as private. I'll do private static. Application util. Like that. Take the logical device off of here and just pull it in. And then public static application util. Create instance, and that takes a Vulkan render instance. Instance, return just that. Okay, and alright, so I have to go back to where we were. Eventually. Alright, so we'll do, that's a new, so we gotta do memory, execution util, create instance, like so. That's the only time we do that. We reference it a whole hell of a lot. Okay. Alright, so that should be the basics there. So then if I go to scene renderer now, and I say I grab all of these things, out of here. Instance. Instance, device, manager, instance, allocator, scene equals welcome scene. Oh, that's the one thing I needed to leave in there, right? Wait, did I not make a change there? No, I didn't, because that takes the window. Okay, that's fine. So Vulkan scene stays up here. That's fine. Wait, is that fine? That's not fine. I need to fix that. It's only called once, it looks like. Okay, so alright, static Vulkan scene, create instance, window, Vulkan scene equals new, Vulkan scene, window, return that, public static scene, get instance, there we go. Alright. So now back to where we were. So do create instance there. And now here we can say get instance and allocation util instance. All right. All right. Okay. So then I make this private. And a get instance here will just return new scene renderer. Just ignore whatever comes in there, which is fine. Yeah. And then up here in the render chain stuff, I would have to do. So I need a private static list of renderers. Renderer lists, renderer instances, array list. Okay, so class renderer equals render chain I render instances dot add renderer get method. It would be get instance with a map class Oh, that's right. I made it a map of renders, didn't I? Map. There's a new map. Okay. No such method except okay, that's fine. Get instance map.class. Why is there invoke? Invoke. Here we go. Invoke with renderer or invoke of shit. It has to be. I have to already have an instance of this, don't I? Invokes the underlying method represented by this method object on the specified object with the specified parameters. Yeah. Frick. Well, I should have figured that though, because I mean it's not going to magically make an instance unless I do something. All right, so let's we gotta create an instance here. Well, I know it's going to be a no args constructor, so what does that even return me? I guess renderer dot get declared constructor. No. New instance. What's wrong here? Such method exception. Okay. Create initialize new instance. Yeah. Okay. Which is actually fine. Well, yeah. Anyway, does this give me? Just gives me object back, which I kind of figured. That's okay. Equals that. Let's do. I just do try catch around here. Holy. Try catch Batman. How about you? How about you put them all into one here? Try catch. Yeah, what can I, for crying out loud. I guess I gotta do it myself. Instantiation exception. Legal acts. Oh, actually, is it giving me that? Is it telling me that it wants to do it for me? Yeah, collapse catch blocks. There we go. There we go. That's more like it. Should have did that from the beginning, though. I don't know why it didn't give me the option to just do that. Okay, so we've got the renderer instance, and then I got this guy up here. Get instance map class dot invoke render instance and give it the render instances thing, and then that do I get? I do get an object back from that. Okay. Oh, you know what though? No, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of redundant, but it's also, yeah, how's that gonna work? If I have constructors that can't be with no parameters, like you need to invoke it with a. Well, that's, you know what? That's fine though, because I can what I'll do is I always provide a default constructor. Even if I have another constructor, always provide a default constructor with no parameters, which is what you have to do in Spring anyway when you're doing things because they have the same limitation. And then I'm just going to get rid of that render instance anyway when I do the invoke here. Or actually, I'm just going to say renderer. Come on. Render instances dot. Oh, I gotta put the, yeah, that's fine. I gotta put the class there and the object coming back. So that's the object coming back, and then the class would be renderer. Of course, this is going to be upset because I put render here, but let's just put objects, because who cares at that point, right? Confusing argument, no. Oh, okay. So I should be able to just remove that then, right? Yeah, there we go. Replace with enhanced 4. I guess it's going to do a. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Field may be final. It may be final. But I'm not going to worry about it. Create chain. So that will create them. The tricky part, so, okay. So then I just need to be able to get them back out again, which shouldn't be much of a problem because I have the class, because it's a map object, so I can say public static public static T I always mess up the syntax for this, but anyway. Public static T get renderer. Yes. Stack not allowed here. Yeah, I have a feeling you would say that. Yeah, that looks more like it. Class T. So then I just return render instances. Get regular class. To get cast expression to T. Okay. Unchecked cast. Yeah, it is. It certainly is. Okay. Not the prettiest thing in the world, but I either have to do an unchecked cast here, or I gotta do an unchecked cast on the other side, so I might as well keep the cruft in here. Alright, so in theory that will be able to get us the renderer back in the correct, it'll get us the render object back if and when we need it for whatever purposes we need it for. Which, come to think of it, would mean I wouldn't necessarily need to pull, like I wouldn't necessarily need to push the render instances into the invoke method at that point, because this whole thing is static. So I would get, so I could just call, get render instance without it being passed in or needing to be passed in. Because passing it in is not actually helping all that much. Yeah. Right. Which would simplify this just a tiny bit. I mean, yeah, it would simplify that a tiny bit. Well, let me think. Would it have? Yeah, no, it would, because you would have all the ones in the chain previous to you available, because I have them in order here. That might not be a terrible idea. Okay, so Scene renderer. Where are we at? We're here. Yeah, that might not be a terrible idea. We could just get rid of this altogether. Right. And all I wanted. Renderer. And just have the get instance here. Right, and then when I do this, I can just get rid of the map class altogether, passing that in. Right. So that simplifies that just a tiny bit. And then down here, when you need it, you just call render chain, get renderer instance, and then whatever class you want, and it'll pop you out the object reference. You just call what you need from it. So I got scene renderer here. Right, and to see this in action, I guess. So scene renderer, one related problem. So I would do essentially these go away. And I would say render chain I don't even need to do that. Render chain, create chain. All right, and renderer. I use that. I have 8 usages of that. Oh, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not actually calling the, well, that we're not calling it there, though. We're just doing the constructors. We call, later on, we call render on it, right? No, we call cleanup on it. Which is easy now. I just loop over those and call cleanup. Which, all these are just, we don't need to pass any references to cleanup anymore. It should be nice. And what else? Oh, yeah. Gotta call load materials, all that. I mean, most of this doesn't actually have to change. It's just the initialization goes away. Sort of. See, it's not really, I mean, it's saving me something, but also not really. actually gotta call load materials and stuff on these to initialize them. To continue to initialize them, I mean. Although they are taking all their information pretty much from the caches and the current scene. So it's like once you have the cache loaded up, it's actually not. They're kind of independent of one another. Then we call render on them. Yeah. Which is the next part of it, right? Because render does take like material attachments and stuff from other things. And command buffer, which is definitely not something we can, definitely something we have to pass into one thing. Or actually, they all take command buffer, right? Yeah. But we're also not calling swap chain render. See, the swap chain render has to come after stuff happens. We call resize. So does that work? So I get the feeling like this refactoring I made is just not going to work here. Because there's too many interdependencies between each of the renderers. There's actually not that many interdependencies. It's some of them, they don't necessarily fire off one after the other. There might be additional logic in the middle. Resize triggers all the resize things to be called. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's called in a row. That's very similar. This is what bothers me about this class is that there's a lot of not necessarily hard-coded things, but there's a lot of repetition in the way things are called that would seem to lend itself to being to some sort of data structure that would facilitate calling all these things, like this render chain, but then there's like little follies thrown in there. That's a bit of a problem. Hmm. Yeah, I think I can still do it. I think I can still do it. I think it still lends itself to it. I think there's just a... I think the only thing... Wait, is the render chain different than the... Let's see, scene render, shadow, lighting, post-processing, GUI, swap chain, animation's not part of it. Animation's not part of it because you're not really necessarily rendering the animation. It's part of the scene. So if I so I'm potentially in a point where they're still called in the same order, but not necessarily all of them are called. And then for resize, call scene renderer. And lighting renderer, we don't do shadow renderer. Post-processing, GUI, swap chain. And the animation's not there either. Yeah. I mean, that's all still doable in this framework. It's just... It's all... Yeah, I think I could pull it off. It's a lot of work for very little return, though. Although, I don't know. Part of me feels like the having 24 less lines in this class would still be an improvement. Oh, the animation render is... Oh, it is called, but it's called before everything else. Okay. So that would facilitate... We need like multiple chains for each operation. But there's only 3 operations, right? There's the initialization, there's the render chain, and then there's the resize. I think it's worth it. I think I might plunge forward with it because I mean, until, the next renderer comes along and it doesn't follow any of the same patterns. But I mean, I think it might be worth it though. Just from having all these get cleaned up. Just this is going to be, instead of the render chain, is going to be the oops, that's not it. Nope. What's the okay, what is the refactor? I remember it. Or rename, Alt-Shift-R. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, I did the other one, Alt-Shift. There we go. Yeah, yeah, that might not be bad. I'll just have to put those in the in the interface. The scene render. Do we use that for like cleanup? Oh yeah, that's right. Cleanup is the other operation, but I mean that's cleanup is basically the same through all of them. So I can just go through it's in the init chain. No, we actually clean up the animation renderer first, which I don't think matters. I feel like you can clean these up in any order you want. Because scene, post, lighting. Yeah, the shadow renders all over. Yeah, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters what order you clean them up in. You're just cleaning them up. So you can do a init chain and just have a cleanup thing here. It's basically the same. Right. And we just loop over the, actually don't even loop over the render, just loop over the render instances. Yeah, no, that's right. And this is just render instances, the values, and then we'll just do instance dot, damn it, what do I have to do here? Instance Damn you. Get class. Yeah, get method, right? Clean up. Invoke. Don't worry about instantiation because we already have it. Yeah, clean up without any parameters. Pass to it, and then we'll just have to fix up all the cleanups and stuff. But you know, there's a lot of fixing up here that has to happen. And then that would be. Still need to call these, but I don't. Yeah, still have to call those, but I think that's okay. I think GUI textures is the only weird outlier, right now. But these could still be. Oh, cuts currency and maybe sort of. Yeah, these could probably just be called directly, I guess. Which I know kind of kills the whole vibe, but at the same time, I'm still feel like I'm saving a lot. Which might be more of a lie than anything else. I don't even know if I'm really saving that much here by doing it. But, you know, there comes a point where you just gotta try it and see what happens. If you end up with something worse than what you started with, then just have to refactor it again. Alright. Alright, well I got work cut out for me for next week here, friends. Because I'm gonna have to stop there for tonight. It's getting late and my brain is not working anymore. So we're in the midst of the refactoring, but that's fine. I'm putting it on a branch, so we still have a stable trunk. So we'll do that. Commit. Lots of removals and lots of things moved. Start of refactoring. Moved classes. Removed open GL stuff. Started to make rendering chain. Alright. There you go. Well, that is out there now on a branch. So we're good for the moment there. But yeah, that'll do it for me for tonight, my friends. Oh, thank you so much, everyone, for watching and hanging out and keeping me company and all of those things. If you happen to run across this on the YouTubes and you have a like and or a subscribe, you can spare and maybe toss my way. That would be really great and awesome. It helps out tremendously, and I appreciate it greatly. Otherwise, my friends, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And I hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff, whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you bye.
are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm a locksmith. And I'm a locksmith.